quick Twitch ad while we're getting things flipped over. Hey, thanks for the biddies, Koi. Beetle! Took me over 250 packs to finally get to Decidueye, and I still only have one Lunala. Used my points to get Solgalios. At least I have a ton of unplayable shinies. That's brutal. I did successfully at least dodge having to spend pack points on functional cards, so I'm happy enough with that. Did OBS find the snap music? It did not. Maybe when I finally take time to reinstall everything, it'll fix that bug too. Alright, you should hear snap music now. Snap's current metagame is very, very good, and their economy reroll was very solid as well. Agree. Let's grab YouTube chat real quick, and we'll be on our way. Yes, we will not be playing ladder to start because of the feature location. Do you want to take viewer decks? Yeah, we could do that. I think I'm okay with that. Some of those lurking. What is the feature? How polarized is it? Krakoa. That's not terrible, I guess. Could be worse. I need to split some cards. I don't think that's true. Yep, not upgrading any of those. Weekly mission is split 3 cards. Yeah, but we have forever to do that, right? Oh, this is new. Man, does their data really show they don't have enough people clicking into the shop? That pop-up is. That's a little pushy, Marvel Snap. That's very common in other games. When you said on the Pocket stream that I have a day to get my drops, what does that mean? Do we get something free? Yeah, Marvel Snap runs what are called Twitch drops campaigns. So if you watch on Marvel Snap for 6 hours total in the next day or so now, because the campaign's coming to an end, you get some free cosmetics this time around. Sometimes it's in-game currency, sometimes it's cosmetic. It varies a little bit time to time. Jeff, play the Hydra Stomper Heimdall Movers deck. Absolutely. Let me fish that one up here. I assume you mean this one, right? I think I wanted to cut Hercules last time we played this, though, right? Do you remember what I said I was gonna cut him for? He was real clunky. Or do we want to leave him in for Max Chaos? We could leave him in for Max Chaos, I suppose, but I remember him being clunky. Let's play a few, and if we decide we want to swap him, we can. All right, well, let me relaunch Marvel Snap here real quick, because it appears that my Conquest is currently locked for some reason. The state of Marvel Snap's metagame has been good, and their economy rework was solid, but man, the clients had some real issues around the edges lately. You said Madam Web or Cosmo last time you played it. Oh, Madam Web's probably good. I'd buy that for $1. Cosmo's also okay. I'll try Madam Web because I have a ultimate variant for her. That's lovely. When's next OTA? Next OTA is not till the end of the month. Long break in between. Second Dinner as some kind of like midsummer company event that has their people out of town that would normally do pushing the OTA button or something like that, they said. Game Audio has left the chat. Sure has. I think that one's a OBS bug and not a Snap bug, though. To Marvel Snap's credit. Opponent's playing Thanos steering today, aren't we? Does Move feel better with the new additions? Move is not really making it into any best decks roundups lately, no.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Only okay. I think Silk feels better. Yeah, I mean, Silk's a good card for the first time in a long time, but that's not really related to the new cards that are moving things. It's related to specifically Hydra Stomper and Batroc. It's different than things like Fanfei and Topaz, which I assume is what they were asking about, Frog. No more Mindscape is lovely. We take those. I think I'm putting Sam into the right here. Exo, thank you for the 28 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Incendium coming in hot with the 98-month resubscription. Good morning, good morning. Sponsoring Exodynamics Esme deck. Hit me with a link for sure. I think this is sweet, right? My Hydro Stopper. So shield goes here, pings this. Batroc jumps here. And then these two slide here, and then Batroc stays here for a total of 8, and these 3 move center, and Captain Sam Wilson moves again. And then Hydro Stomper gets absolutely huge. Really fun first game. Tech card me, daddy. No, tech cards! Oh, they're the ongoing build. Sweet, got them. Comics, thank you for the entire year. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. Hey, Exo, thanks for the link. Luke not being able to get into his own bar is such a freaking travesty. This is Silver Conquest. I have a broader question. For newish players who don't have many Series 5 cards, should you spend on packs or wait for certain cards that are archetype mainstays to increase the number of decks you can play in the shortest amount of time? I think it really just kind of depends on what your goals are. I think if I was a small spender or a free-to-play player, I would be inclined to just get specific cards for specific decks I wanted to build. If I was someone who was going to be spending money, however, I would probably prioritize snap packs to work towards being collection complete ASAP. Man, I was going to go Madam into Vulture, but I think the Sam Wilson draw means I go Sam into Craven now. What's going on, Lady Midgard? Welcome to Hoaglandia, where you won't always like the things that I have to say, but at least you can know when I say them, I won't be bullshitting you. There's no fast drops here or anywhere else on Twitch. Dara's a massive grifter who has his chat lie to his viewers. It's really very deeply scummy. Do I ever play a 3 into Craven plus Madam? Like, I could go Vulture into Madam plus Craven. I'm kind of into that, I think. Just get that more energy efficiency out here. I think it's this, and then we have options at the last turn. The Madam Web gives me a ton of control over where the Hydro Stomper ends up at, too. Comics, thank you for the gifted sub. And Osmox, thanks for the brand new Prime. Good morning, good morning. I think we're dead, unfortunately. Or more specifically, I don't think I could beat I don't think I could beat what's his name? Thanos on the left. It's only one more cube, so we'll flip the coin, but I think we're dead to Thanos left here. Make sure Brandon's good and muted here before they emote us to death. Oh, we're actually not beating Thanos mid either, huh? If my silk had gone... If my silk had gone right on... Oh my goodness, ended up being so close. I forgot silk was going to jump in with the Dream Dimension. 1 point short. If my silk had gone right on her very first jump of the game, I would have been able to put Heimdall here, and then we would have had... And then we would have had Madam Web, Hydra Stomper, Heimdall Sam here, and I would have won this. So that very first silk jump ended up getting us for sure. Ah, squirrels are bad for me, but I have Batroc, so let's go. Actually, do I do this so I can start Madam Webbing the squirrel out? Is that the play? I don't know. Rewarded handsomely. Oh, we can clog them with Spider in the center. Yeah, and then I can Madam Web here next turn to pull them out, right? Yeah, that's totally the play. I guess we could be grabbing Goliath, but I think that's fine. If we grab the squirrel here, it's really bad for them. Above average hub card. Unlucky. We're getting a little cluttered here. This could be a lose the Baxter, win the game angle. What do we think of this? This gives me 15 over here, and they're at a virtual 10. So they would need to win the center and then also put 6 here. We could lose this, but I think this is the line to win. Garden squirrels clogged up so much. Favorite early game decks? You know, it's been so long since I was in the early game. I don't know that I really have a good parallel there. It's been 3 years, gamers. It's so long ago. In the end of May 22. I should understand I should be heavily investing into squirrel stonks right now. Listen, all the stonks are way up, gamers. They're excited to only have a 30% price increase instead of 145%. They've been very appropriately price anchored. Real awkward set of locations here. My poor shield. We are going to get a lot of numbers from Craven, that's true.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
They probably have Space Stone as the problem. Oh, they're not playing Thanos into the center. I guess they likely have Blue Marvel for there. So if they Blue Marvel here, they gain 6 up to 20. And I'm losing 5 from Silk getting kicked out down to 21. And then over here, I'm going to have 8 up to 23. And then Silk kicks in, giving me 7 up to 30. And they're gaining 6 up to 30 as well. So we'll be +7 for them on the right. No, it's +6 on the right, right? They'll get 4, 5, 6. So I believe it's actually a tie. I believe we are 30 to 30, 21 to 20, and then 1 to 2. So we're tying Blue Marvel exactly. Oh, the Stomper's gonna gain a point, which will let us win the game. Okay, we're beating Blue Marvel by 1 point thanks to Stomper. Spectrum! No! Wait, that leaves us tied in the center, though, yeah? Oh, we lose the breaker by 1 point to Spectrum! Oh no! Unlucky. I am very convinced Stomper's a good card. I think this current deck that we're playing is somewhat nonsense. It's like Stomper nonsense for the sake of Stomper nonsense. But if you missed the silky smooth deck highlight on the YouTube channel, I like that deck a lot. I think it's very, very good. Batroc. Batroc. One of my favorite decks in the current metagame is the Batroc Hydro Stomper deck. Super sweet. Oh, Sedge. The other deck plays some tech cards as well, though, right? Kinda. It plays Luke Cage. Luke's a tech card. I suppose. Maybe we had Shagan at the end. I don't remember. I can't remember. I think maybe we had a build with Shang. I don't think I played the build with Shang this season. I think I was playing Juggernaut and Cosmo this season. But there's lots of flex slots. Most good Marvel Snap decks have 2 to 4 tech cards in them right now. So if I say I like a deck, it probably has 2 to 4 tech cards in it, realistically. Use Madam Web to take our Hulks and GTFO the Gamma Lamp here. So Spectrum only adds 8 on the left, so we have those covered there. This works how I want it to, yes? He goes out and then back in.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I believe we're beating this, yes? Pete comes back in. And this is 25. One of my favorite decks was Sarah Black Knight. I'd like to see how it does in the current metagame. Thanks, Sirius. Yeah, we can take a peek at that. Refreshing that. Appreciate the submission. Yeah, Madam Web's been a sweet addition to this. Definitely much better than Hercules just at a low bar. Was my Hydra Stomper, so definitely want to fill this up then. Low bar, better than Hercules. Yep. See if Pete... Oh, actually, I want to put Pete here, so that way if he misses the 50-50 to go here, he ends in kill.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Ideally, he goes into Sanctum here, though. And then Anya will get to kick the Vulture out of here and get us our Stomper back, which is great. Well, so much for playing the Stomper in the center. Wait. Oh, it does work that way, doesn't it? Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Actually, I want to put this... I think I want to put... God, the animation on this card is great. I think I want to put this here. So that way I can slide these into here. And then I want Vulture to be here first. So that way when I Heimdall, the Vulture goes back into the Sanctum. So this puts Vulture to be big here. What did they discard to this? Dazzler. I think it's this. I think it's this. Honey. Oh, they can put Thanos into the middle. I actually can't beat Thanos middle, right? Oh, I can't beat Thanos middle. Because of the Cosmo. Truly tragic. Alright, I think I just hope they don't play for that. Rats. Yeah, I mean, our pile of kind of trashy cards went toe-to-toe with the literal best performing deck in the metagame, which is something I call out in my Snap Decks roundup on the Hooglandia Stamp channel over the weekend. It's really funny to me and is an interesting insight into the psychology of Marvel Snap players who are sweaty, that this Spectrum version of Thanos actually has markedly better stats than the tech card build, but the tech card build is significantly more popular just because people like breaking other folks' stuff. All right, I need to run to the restroom, and I'm gonna fill my water bottle up. I guess we can put Fan Fade yellow as well. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna have a bunch more Marvel Snap coming up today. We are approaching the final 24 hours of drops that are going until the rollover tomorrow afternoon. BRB gamers. They need their safety shag. Yeah, like it's like their blankie. BRB. Stickman Bond, thanks for the 23 months. Welcome back. Legendary. Ooh, we're almost to 3,000 collector's tokens, gamers. That's so exciting. Hey, Kimmel, thank you for the over 2 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Ben S, thank you for the over 4 years. Good morning, good morning. Happy Monday, folks. 10 after 11. A few more, an hour or so pedaling, I think. We'll grab some lunch. How do you like the new stat pack system? The new stat pack system doesn't really impact me personally, because I'm collection complete regardless, but I'm happy it's making the game easier to get into for other folks. English only, please, in the chat. Thank you. Is Cloak good in this deck? It's probably fine. I haven't thought too terribly hard about min-maxing this pile of cards, if we're being honest. The Monster Puss, thank you for the 19 months. Welcome back. Let's get Craven powering up on the crater here. Surge Lizard, probably Ajax stuff, I had to venture a guess. One of the next people have been shoving Surge into. Which means Lucas here is quite lovely, I'm sure of it. This will be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Heimdall is ready next turn. So this puts Batroc into the center. And then if I put Spider-Man here, it guarantees Spider-Man lands in Craven's path, yeah? Which seems pretty good. Sir Castamere, thank you for the 14 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Maybe you already said this, but why is there a Luke Cage in your deck? Are you watching the game I am currently playing? Luke is the best tech card in the game. It is a card that is good against Scream and Ajax, and it also does a phenomenal job of mitigating location variance in general. It's quite strong. This deck has been way too reasonable, gamers. The swap of Hercules to Madam Web has kind of made this feel real. Heimdall win the game. Wait, that's illegal. Is Fanfare important to making this deck feel real? I don't think we've actually used Fanfare a single time today. So I'm gonna go with no. She's been a 4/7 a couple times that was relevant, I suppose. We also haven't played a ton of games yet, to be fair. Fanfare could be anti-venom. Ooh, I don't hate that. Do not hate that. We are a Luke Cage deck. Gives him extra purpose past just being a good tech card. Steggy Boy. Not a fan of Steggy Boy. Anti-Venom's real good, though. I would definitely not recommend you spend resources on Fanfare. I think Batrock's a solid pickup. He's super sweet with Hydro Stomper. But yeah, would be remiss to suggest you spend resources on Fanfare. Do you want Shang? I mean, you're a person playing Marvel Snap, so you want Shang. However, this deck's typically doing other things the last turn of the game. I don't think Shang's something we want. Fanfare was my first Snap Pack card. You always remember your first, gamers. This douchebag on a jet ski. This douchebag on a jet ski. How would you rank this deck? Less atrocious than previously expected. I really don't have great plays here is the problem. I think my plan is hope Heimdall wins the left and then these win the center. Strange Supreme changes that math.
Power must be controlled.
don't think any of this works out for me. This is the other side of it. So I was asking, how does this deck feel? This is our first time playing against the Thanos Tech Cards deck, which is the most popular deck in the game by a wide margin, and it's not seeming so hot to start. We were discussing tariffs in my family group chat, and my younger cousin dropped the bombshell that made me rethink all conversations going forward. Tariffs bad, Minecraft good. It's true, you know. I think the thing I appreciate the most personally about the whole tariff situation is how much it lends credence to how much I talk about mobile game economies aren't really any different than anything else. Because it's been truly wild watching, this gives them the card with the Abby, right? Or do we both get the Abby card now? Because this happens simultaneously. Who gets the Abby card? Did they get the Abby card? I think they got the Abby card, but there wasn't really animation. Sorry, finishing my thoughts. It's been amusing to me watching him basically price anchor the tariffs in, because like he got a bunch of green and positive press while adding 30% to all of our costs coming out of China. And it's like, yeah, it's significantly better than like what's effectively an embargo at 145%, but like 30% cost increase on everything coming out of one of our places we do most of our imports from is like still a dramatic cost increase for the average consumer on a lot of things. Should we Vulture and then Fanfei middle? Maybe? I think I'm doing this, and then I'm like, Madam Web, Vulture, plus Fanfei slide these, Batroc jumps, then we Heimdall on the last turn. Seems fine. Anonymous, thank you for the 2 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Removing the de minimis exemption alone is going to cost so much. What is the de minimis exemption? That's not something I'm familiar with. What does that refer to? Move decks have too much mental math. Accurate. There used to be no tariffs on items under a certain price. Oh, so it exempted things like Temu, right? So that means there's still going to be a 30% on like stuff from Temu. Yeah. Wow. Just so for now. Thank you for the 2 years. Welcome back. All right, so this goes here, and then these go back. So this ends up at 15, 22. And then here in the center, I'm going to have 18, 21. I'm tying a Thanos in the center. Maybe this is fine. I like that Trump thinks it's too tedious to give everybody habeas corpus, but not too tedious to check every imported item no matter the value. So, The problem with your statement there is that it makes the assumption that the things Republicans are saying and doing are intellectually honest. And it's not that Donald Trump and his kin think it's too inconvenient to give everybody habeas corpus. It's that they could do terrible things to people that they want to demonize if they're not giving people constitutional rights. So it has nothing to do with how much time it takes. I'm gonna be honest here, gamers. I don't know that I can handle playing a whole bunch more rounds against Mike here. This has been Mike's been real brutal. This is the meta Thanos tech card deck. Yep, opponent's deck is the most common deck in the metagame. By a pretty wide margin. Opinion on Surge in a Mill deck. Mill sucks. Don't think too hard about it. Just follow your heart. If you're playing Mill, find your joy. The silver approver guards. It is silver at least. So we've got that going for us. Alright, I think I ordered this correctly. Dealer's Choice Moon Girl stuff, definitely comics. I'm gonna close deck submissions for now on that. As we'll see. I think we're past the crazy drops numbers. We're still gonna do a full stream today, but probably not. Probably not 14 hours.
Clear for takeoff.
Alright, spider people, do your thing. Alright, we didn't get 2 triggers into Kraven. We got 1 trigger into Kraven, so. To me, Heimdall, to me! Yeah, I did get a chance to watch Thunderbolts, actually. It was fun. I enjoyed it. As technically isn't amazing for us, but my hand's good. If these aren't neutral or positive, we'll be in a decent spot. I think Someone said, I hope I don't get dogpiled for this, but I miss old Loki. He went from being a build around to a bad good stuff card, and I hope they revisit him, at least give him a new text box again. I think old Loki was more interesting for the reason that you said, but I think both of Loki's designs are deeply uninteresting, uncompelling gameplay that shouldn't exist. I think if you ask the average card game player, do they think playing mirror matches is a fun experience, they will give you a resounding no. And I think it's incredibly and deeply baffling to me that they would add a card to this game that essentially make mirror matches on demand. It's a fun draw. Brotherhood, thank you for the Hawaii 5-0. I appreciate the over 4 years. Welcome back. I kind of agree with that take two, Duck. Last time when the original Loki was really good, it was kind of scapegoated because it was just another tech card pile. Do I want to play Luke? I think so. Gives me a 50% chance to hit one of these into Grand Central. Ooh. That's a piece of candy. So, okay, wait. This is really fucky. So I do this, which means Batroc jumps here. And then I can move this here. And then I can activate Anya to move Hydro Stomper into the center. Just watch out for tech cards. Watching. Fart vigorously in my face, Steady. They could Shang Craven at the center here technically too, yeah? Oh, Mike! You are so slow. I honestly hope Mike beats us here so I can leave. Yes, please, for the love of God, Michael. Put me out of my misery. I win the center, yeah? No, I only tie the center? I think we lose the breaker then, right? Oh, because they have Street Supreme too. Feel the wind in your hair, yep. Rats. Would Nocturne fill a similar role to Luke in this deck? Absolutely not. Scream is a deck too. You need Lucas. All right. So unsurprisingly, our kind of cheeky deck that was somewhat fun felt significantly worse after we queued into the deck with 40 tech cards in it. Cheeky otherwise, though. All right, our next viewer pile of cards is whatever this is. So we've got Esme with Infinite and She-Hulk is kind of cute. Slap Slap Boom, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Yeah, sure, I'd buy this for $1. Got some fun ones in here. I'm gonna go ahead and tap an advert roll so they don't happen over the middle of gameplay. I'm gonna run and grab my lunch while that happens. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go there. We got a bunch of snapping coming up this afternoon. Oh, beer. Lunchtime, gamers. As a large hummus enjoyer, gamers, I've recently discovered that I greatly prefer honey jalapeno hummus to the more traditional red pepper. It's got a good mix of spicy and sweet. Hey, Ats, thank you for the 83 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Well, 7 years, a very long time. Oh yeah, no Sunspot in this deck is a strange choice. What brand is the honey jalapeno hummus? This particular one is Fresh Cravings, but there's a few different brands that make it. You need Shadow King for undoing Esme on Infinite occasionally. But yeah, I could see Wasp. Actually, let's give up Makari. She's a Series 5 card, and she's Wasp is good with Hope. Win Magus, thank you for the 61 months over 5 years. Welcome back. Icebox never fails at the best target. I mean, I think Hope might have been the best target in our hand there, unironically. I did see that Marvel Snap is planning to have an official-ish tournament. And I will say it was kind of amusing to me that they're electing to do that during a tier 0 metagame where they're not going to have a balance pass anytime soon. Man, with no Luke and no Shadow King here, this Infinite hit is pretty bad for us, yeah? Are we just dead? I think we're dead. I guess I could pass this turn into Infinite She-Hulk next turn, and then I can have Infinite or Shadow King the following turn. Yes, that's true. We know my Shadow King's at the bottom from their copycat is accurate. Well, that's quite literally how we drew it up. Oh, Sarah means they're probably going to murder Sunspot. Yeah, but my Sunspot's probably dead. Let's play for over here and then here, then. No, Luke's right on time, gamers. I like how they ran the entire rope down and still took a line that died to Luke Cage. Died to Shadow King too, right? I guess they knew we didn't have that one though. Hey, Zinder, thank you for the 40 months. It's a long time. Welcome back. Glad you're having fun with Snap. And then the incredibly unsurprising, the person who ran the rope all the way down is also sitting here sweating 2 to 10 in the proving grounds. Video gamers, and gives me time to eat my lunch, I guess. I will say one thing that, and unironically, this sounds so silly, but they announced that they're going to have an official Marvel Snap tournament. It's going to use Conquest, obviously, because that's the only direct challenge mode they have. I really hope that them doing some official coverage and having people play like this on coverage and make the coverage absolutely atrociously unbearable, unwatchable, makes them reconsider the fact that their game doesn't have a timer problem. Like every time I've brought up the Marvel Snap timer needs, the Marvel Snap timers are problematic and they need a rethink. I've seconded a replays where I was just like, no, we think it's fine. I'm just like, you really haven't played against someone who griefs you in Conquest before. It's a deeply and wholly unacceptable system. I intend to be playing Frisbee golf with friends at my camper the weekend of the Marvel Snap tournament. I wish all the best to the non-Thanos players competing. I will be touching some grass. You have a phone though, right? So, because Marvel Snap doesn't have a spectator mode, a requirement for playing in their tournament is that you have to be able to broadcast your games to Discord. I probably would have farted around and played games in between hanging out with friends on my cell phone if it was an option. But it's not really an option. I give up this here. Nah, I want the Shadow Kick for the Strange Supreme, right? So let's not shrink this for that. Yeah. Gonna pass this turn, unfortunately. Thanos needs to be a 10 power card again, my dear gamer. Thanos is not the reason the deck is good. The reason why the deck is good is because it's the best shell to play all of the tech cards in. Do I do this into this so I can try and high roll a copy of Hope Summers? I think so. I hope they do more community tournaments for Pocket or for Snap so people can be more creative like we see in Pocket. So I actually don't know that I expect that to happen, because I actually think that, what's the best way to put it? Competitive Marvel Snap, i.e. Conquest, is a significantly more polarized game mode than regular Marvel Snap, because of the way tech cards work. And I think Conquest is fundamentally more narrow than the latter is, because you can't just retreat your bad matchup for one cube in Conquest. You have to sit there and die to it. What's the best anti-Thanos deck? That's a question that gets asked a lot. And the answer is, unfortunately, it doesn't really exist. The Thanos deck is good in no small part due to the fact that it doesn't really have bad matchups. There isn't like a tech card you could play against Thanos. So these two are a little bit bigger from the Victoria, which I think is fine. I'm shadow kicking both of these. We're muting our opponent. They'll be a minimum of Nah, I probably want the bigger ones on the left, actually, yeah? And put 12 in the middle, because this is going to eat something after 2 still. Yeah, 12 in the center with the Shadow King's probably fine. There are maybe permutations of that broke our way. I don't know. There's a lot of RNG on that last turn between their Loki and the Quantum Realm. If I set the line at 5.5 copies of Thanos in the top 8 for the upcoming Marvel Snap Community Tournament, would you take the over or the under on it? Is 5.5 too low? 5.5 might be too low. It might be 6.5. It's 5.5 is like a guaranteed over, right? It's probably got to be 6.5 or 7.5 before you start considering taking the under. Ooh, that's a fun one. 7.5, ask again. You're slamming the under at 6.5. Yeah, I think 6.5 is probably a better line. I think you have some people take the over and some people take the under at 6.5. Okay, so I get to add 5 more points to the center whilst adding a bunch of points over here. Sorry, 6 more points to the center. Gilgach had only 16 points. Not quite big enough, gamer. Not quite big enough. And sweet to see a Victoria hand drop pop off. We had some solid Hulk and or Infinite and She-Hulk stuff. Just need to see the other secondary game plan. Be able to punch through. This deck is definitely doing a lot of things I enjoy. Had you played a Kuko Victoria deck before this? Yeah. There's a highlight on the YouTube channel. There's one of my most recent best decks roundup too. We do not get into Sanctum particularly well. Gosh, our hand is really good at this location. Wasn't trash for us. We'll see what this one is, I suppose. Might still be staffable. I'm gonna wait and see what this last one is. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Hey man, I'm Clog.
Is it better to have one or two linear strategy in stat rather than a flexible deck due to the deck size? I mean, quite the opposite. Most of the successful decks we've seen in recent memory are decks that aggressively break your opponent's stuff. They think they're in a good spot? I think I'm staying, yeah, for sure. They have an iron car. That's scary. That's pretty close, all things considered. We almost went toe to toe with a Gore Iron Man path in a game that was forced to be a tiebreaker. They're up 9. We're up. Did we lose it by 1? We lost this by 1 freaking point. If the sewer system was a neutral location, we'd have tied. That's crazy. This gave us 1 more penalty than them, and they got it by 1 point. You just got back from a trip from Austin, Texas. What are any cities you've recently traveled to and recommend checking out? I don't really travel much anymore with the kids. We take a family. We've taken a family trip to the Wisconsin Dells the last few years as like our kind of vacation destination place that's relatively affordable. We'll see what happens this year with inflation and all that jazz and everything else going up in costs, but traditionally speaking, for my family of 5 to spend nearly a week at the Dells, it's like under $3 grand. Or right around. I imagine it'll probably be a little more than that if we go this year, but significantly better than, say, a Disney vacation. Oh, hey, look! Sunspot into collapse mine. It's like cheating, chap. I really just don't want to put money into Florida's economy because fuck Ron DeSantis. Not to mention all the obvious issues with air travel right now. Yeah, waiting in lines in Florida heat also does not sound great. Agree with that. Hand copies from left to right, so we'll get an extra She-Hulk here, which is nice. We'll be able to go She-Hulk, She-Hulk in front on the last turn. Oh, is this Aeroshim? Probably. Did they just Eliath the Titania? That's what happened there, yeah? I guess they expected me to play into the Hope Summers path again? Hello, hello. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee dee dee. So you're dead? Very, very dead. Yeah, I think it was Universal Florida just rolled out like a Mario World this year, so Christy and I had mulled around doing that, but I think we settled on we're probably just doing Adele's trips and maybe a couple of days to some of the Six Flags parks in the area. We're about 2.5 hours from Six Flags Gurney and Six Flags St. Louis. What's your favorite Surge deck you've played so far? I really like the Moon Girl Surge decks, have been my favorite. Yeah, Wisconsin Dells Redemption. Probably not an Infinite game, but definitely looking to copy my Victoria hand here. Behind in the Gamelam. Hitman, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate it. Oh, 0%. If you do not live in the United States, you absolutely should not travel to this country. If you are not being forced to travel through the U.S. for work and you come to the U.S., yeah, you're not terribly bright. Yeah, and if you live here and you don't look like me, traveling outside of the U.S. is probably also not a great idea right now. They are harassing a lot of people. If you're not well versed on politics, I would really encourage you to look up what's happening. People flying into and out of the U.S. They are like going through people's cell phones and social media and laptops. We are thoroughly into the fascism at this point. It's real bad. Is this enough to win the right? Maybe, probably not. We are adding 6 more to the center, so if they try and play hard for here and punt here, we could get them that way. But I think if they play for Wakanda, we're probably dead here. Why not Makari here instead of Wasp? Because Wasp lets you trigger Hope. So I'm hoping the +6 in the center gets them here. They just don't count that. Oh, that ties and we lose the breaker. Very close. Very close. Short by 4. Short by a little bit has been the story of this deck so far. Keep getting into these super close ones. I clicked the wrong button, gamer. Apologies. Not griefing, just dumb. Ooh, we're getting close to their Frigga split. That'll be nice. Ooh. Cloning mats is a delicious people candy. Main summer economy relies on Canadian tourism here, so folks are feeling the doom. Yeah, I know, like, the markets are super green this morning because we announced that we're gonna have only a 30% tariff instead of an effective embargo, but like, it's really hard to overstate how like the actual impact of all of these policy decisions is largely yet to be felt. And the next couple of months, you should buckle up. Oh me, oh my. Oh me, oh my. I probably should have put her over here this turn, but I just wanted to be greedy. Oh, you know what I should have done is I should have put Frigga over here. That's what I probably I should have put Frigga here and then put the other one here. Oops, all Vickies, yeah. I'm trying to figure out like what's the best way to get the most Vickies, but also putting points here as soon as possible. I think it's this. I think it's this. White Widow does it. I think it's this, and then I have 2 Victorias for next turn. How was your weekend? My weekend was really good. We went and opened up the camper that my family has for the weekend. Or for the season. Get Shang-Chi'd to Helen back here, but otherwise looking okay. Ryukso, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh, I'm really surprised that they locked themselves in there. That feels like they're cooked. I guess they Shang me on the left, and then I lose some amount of points here. I only lose 4 here if they Shang me left, though, right? Because they'll kill these 2, and then this will add, so I'll go -8 + 4. Then I'm still winning the right.
Victory.
Yeah, that's true. A number of clutter decks play Cannonball instead of what's it called? They play Cannonball instead of Shang. Victoria Hand is a very, very lovely card. I like her a lot. What do you think of Prodigy? I'm skeptical Prodigy is anything other than a Surfer card, but maybe it'll surprise us. I also think loosely I'm not looking forward to, I'm also not looking forward to Clog likely being played as a Prodigy counter. Have you played Onslaught with Victoria Hand? I have not. I'd take a mulligan here. Just super clunky. What makes you enjoy a card like Victoria Hand over something like Iron Patriot? They're just very different cards. I don't know. I've always enjoyed Moon Girl style decks where you copy your cards, and Victoria Hand with Frigga is kind of just like a more playable variation of that in a way. For lack of a better term. Yeah, that's true. There's no compelling reason to play Onslaught with Victoria Hand because you have so many other cheaper ways to copy her, from Frigga to Moon Girl to Moonstone. Yeah, I think that's a good articulation. Victoria Hand has interesting deck building requirements. Agree. Some fun decision making too. I'm not gonna snap that one. A good chance we're cooked here. Oh, you meant Patriot that gives +2 to cards with abilities. There's no good deck building puzzle with that card. It's very, very uninteresting. I agree with that, Nevich. And as far as position in the current metagame go, I think Victoria Hand is very good at allowing you to get points on the board without being blown out a ton by a single individual tech card. Wholly agree with that. Double Dark Dimension would be pretty mediocre for their bounce deck. Our deck is pretty good at leveraging a 7th turn, although if they're bounce move, they might be as well. It's like what they're doing. You would snap back? This is my snap, yeah? This is my snap. This being second limbo is definitely better for them than us. We play through Dark Dimension better than they do. Hide Lucas over here to make our Moon Girl better, potentially. I think I might pass an Infinite here.
Hello.
Want to try and make sure I don't have priority here to make my Shadow King better. Should we Wasp on Hope? Yeah, 8th Energy is probably good next turn. That's a good call. This is 8 total in the middle. They need to put a little bit more on the right to win there. Oh, do I think I need 11 or do I hedge? Do I hedge Esme on the left? I only have 22 on the left, and they have like a Sage that they bounced. Could easily lose this. What geeks? Thanks for the baker's dozen. Appreciate you up in that prime. Welcome back. What's your favorite Victoria hand deck right now? I like the Kahori build, I think, is my favorite at the moment with Surge. The Surge, definitely something with Surge. There's Surge Kahori, Surge Moonstone. Both fine directions to go. Oh my goodness! The Spider Lady lets them get around the Shadow King in the center. That's so crazy. Well played. We lose the breaker by a little bit, or we're winning by a little bit? I think we win by a little bit. Yeah, they're up 9, we're up 11. Close game. Clever play with the spider to get into the center. Are we supposed to forget middle and play? Are we supposed to forget middle and play Shadow King on the right? Shadow King on the right gets rid of my Sunspot there too, so I really don't have a lot of points there. Do you think the Shadow King Cage interaction was overall for the better? Absolutely. I think Shadow King's initial design of applying a modifier instead of getting rid of all the modifiers is really clunky and bad. It's much better the way it is now. I was gonna play this out to collect the island bonus, I think. And then next turn, I'll get to copy these two. Death's Domain is obviously good for them. I think copying Shadow King sounds good, yeah. You gonna bounce all these this turn? Probably dead in part because of Death's Domain. I'm speculatively hoping for She-Hulk here, I suppose. I guess this is better if we draw like Luke, though. I don't think it matters. Oh, cooked. We'll bail out at this point. Pixel Beast cannot hurt me. It could in fact hurt a lot. Oh, it's time to stand up and stretch. I think it's time to stand up and stretch. Ooh, something popped there. Castle Zemo's not too bad for our wasp spec, which is nice. Squirrels! Alright, well now let's prioritize getting this down ASAP, huh? Esme and see what we get here. Yeah, it could be better. It could be worse too, I suppose. Their Malekith card stays in the bar. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Moon Girl stays in the bar too, though, yeah? This coming back to my hand. It's clunky. It means I don't get another She-Hulk. I think this is still the right play, though. It might be Malekith thing here again, though. We're breaking a draw on Luke. I think I do this because it gives me 2 draws at Luke. Might still not be enough. One more draw at Lucas. We appear to be incredibly unlucky. Esme has a crush on Shadow King. She sure does. 1 Luke KJ. Best I can do is 3 Shadow Kings, Hogland. Take it or leave it. Will the Malekith card get bounced in the game? It does not. The Malekith card stays in Luke's bar because the Malekith card was added there as opposed to play there. And Luke's bar explicitly jettisons things that were played there. I'm gonna mulligan Luke's bar. Not playing Pokemon TCG Pocket lately. My number one piece of advice for card gamers is you will be significantly better at card games if you develop what we refer to as object permanence. Meaning that just because something is not currently in front of you does not mean it does not exist. In related news, got your nose! Got your nose! Who's got your nose? You can't have it back! Ooh, ooh. They could be Clog, so I think I just want to fill here proactively with Sunspot. Show me Green Goblin. And it'll do Pig, and it'll do... Jeff, I was thinking about the YouTube comment saying you insult your viewers, and I think that was both the most hilarious and insulting thing you've ever done. Listen. Who doesn't love... I like to think of it not as insulting, but it's a gentle ribbing, really, is the best way to put it. I think it's this. You say potato. Ribs. It's called banter with the viewership. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so wholly and fully expecting to get clogged this turn, right? So I should just play all my cards and then hope that they're enough, yeah? I think is the game plan here. And the hope here is they just, they can't win the center. Can't cannonball us everywhere, we hope. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how many points they have in the center, but Cannonball refuses to let us know. What a jerk. let's see if we can finish out strong. We're gonna take an ad break in a second. But the deck's been fun. It's playing a lot of the types of Marvel Snap cards I enjoy. It's mixing. This deck is mixing two different archetypes I've really enjoyed over the years in Snap, which is fun. Solid opener for us. We can take advantage of Onslaught Citadel. You think Nico is much worse than Frigga in this deck? I think Frigga is really, really important in... I think Frigga is really, really important in decks that are playing Victoria Hand. Have the new economy changes come in yet? They have, and they're stellar. They did a very good job with them. I took the advice you gave of playing Victoria Hand later to dodge Enchantress. Has been working out great, but I still eat it sometimes to the purple fart. Listen, sometimes you're just gonna take a big, big whiff of gas to the face. There's just no way around it. Sandman's a little too soon. That's fine. Premature Sandman is very common in gamers of my opponent's age. They have nothing to be embarrassed about. On Lukey. Flipped our coin a little bit wrong. Maybe it's probably incorrect to split the Shielka division. Probably supposed to play hard for one of them. It's just hard to know that. My sunspot was so big. I get tech carded. Remember when Sandman was an ongoing? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Was our Shadow King? Maybe. So, overall, not going to be breaking the metagame by any means here, but this was really fun. I enjoyed the games that I played. It's a neat mashup of the two different decks. I don't know that I have any thoughts on things that could maybe be done better here. I guess, if anything, and this was part of the point of the deck, but Esme was really kind of clunky in it, I think, is part of my takeaway. I don't know what I would replace her with, but I do think the thing I would explore further in this deck is Moon Girl, Victoria, Frigga stuff, alongside She-Hulk Infinite, as just, like, two different Moon Girl decks that can kind of work okay together. I really don't think you want Shang. I think you want another cheap card. Another cheap proactive tech card's probably fine. Cosmo, or Mobius and Mobius, or Armor even, to help protect your things from opposing Shangs or Killmongers is probably reasonable. I think that's the change I'd make. I think I'd cut the Esme and I'd play Armor. I think Kyra is too clunky. You want the more efficient energy. And I think there's enough Killmongers, all the surfers and stuff running around that you could make this be a justifiable change. All right, speaking of things that are justifiable, chat, it's always justifiable to take a quick break while the adverts roll so no one misses anything. What is our next viewer deck? We have a request to rebuild Sarah Black Knight as our next viewer deck this afternoon. Appreciate everybody hanging out. You got approximately 25 hours to finish your Marvel Snap drops if you haven't already. Appreciate you doing part of them here with us or just hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna run the rest of my leftover lunch upstairs during this ad break. BRB gamers. Cut Luke Cage. Gamers always love to cut Luke Cage, and they always like to ask why I'm playing it. Play more Luke Cage, you'll win more games of Marvel Snap. Some red borders. Lovely. Things I'll probably never use. Alright, pass Jeff. Sarah Black Knight. When was the last time we did that? Oh, this was a Scar deck. Yeah, I remember this one. Speaking of Lucas Cage. Oh, you put a link in the submission. Let me see. Stream Elements is awkward and cuts off the long one sometimes. I think this is the same thing I'm looking at in front of me here from 10 months ago, too. Yeah, looks like it. Are there any changes to make here before we dive in? Asir, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Does this deck want Thaddeus? That's an interesting question. I don't hate the idea of Thaddeus. Is he better than US Agent? What is US Agent's? US Agent does not have a lot of good hits in the current minigame, does he? Yeah, last time we played this deck, US Agent had a lot of banger hits. He does not anymore. Does Scar still work well enough in here? Now I guess previously he got down to a 3 pretty regularly. It with one made him a 3. Now one makes him a 4. 412's probably fine. 412 that's occasionally a 212. Is that good enough? Oh, Scar's gonna ruin the Infinite discard with Lady Sif sometimes too. Yeah, that's a good call out. Huh. She-Hulk over Scar. You're not really passing to play She-Hulk. Hey, Dante. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate the support. Keep calm and Hulkling on. Just trying to think if there's anything. There really isn't another thing that fits well. Is the problem. We could play Surtur, I guess, but we're not triggering him very often, right? Like at most you're playing like a Blade and a Typhoid Berry, and then it's a 3/7. That sounds awful. Honestly, I think I'm gonna play just some games like this and see, but I think there's a good chance that the Scar nerf means this deck just isn't serviceable anymore. I forgot about that change. That this was a Scar deck. It's not even 1 o'clock. We have room for some more viewer decks if there's more lurking. Let's pin this on up, shall we? I don't think I'm bleeding Typhoid Berry. Don't get to have Thaddeus this turn. That's super weird. Our board's getting very constricted, gamers. Very constricted very quickly. Debris, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Well, now I'm a little sad I played Luke out aggressively. Exposes him to a red guardian potentially here. Oh. Oh. I think it's this, and we hope that 19 holds the center. Play the equivalent of a Stacks Prison deck in Marvel Snap. Okay, I'll have to think about that one, Niv. Well, this has me winning the left, yeah? It'll give them 12 and I'll be at 14. Stacks is probably some type of clog deck, yeah. Ooh, that's scary. Breaker, give me some news. I got 2 points over you. Why always put Luke Cage in your deck, Jeff? What synergy does Luke Cage have in this deck? Could you explain the Luke Cage, Jeff? Play more Luke Cage. He's so good. He's so unbelievably good. Luke has good synergy with winning games. Yep. Accurate. Please stop advertising Luke Cage. I enjoy playing Afflict decks. Apologies. I hate Gamma Lab as a non-Shang-Chi enjoyer. It's so annoying. Yeah, the floor on Luke is just so high. Thaddeus drew a card. That's all you could really ask for out of the man. Mary, right contrary. Look at how deeply discounted this Scar is, chat. Everything must go! Fire sale! Scar. This guarantees we bin the Infinite here, which is nice. And then next turn we could go Scar, Ghost Rider, Blade. They'd have to Shang-Chi me on the left while putting an unholy amount of power in the middle, says Local Man about to be. Nope, sweet. Captain Marvel! We're winning, yeah? Yeah. Carol ain't got nothing on us. Crown City takes over. Our drops, I've never heard of them before. Drops are free rewards you can get in Marvel Snap and other games for watching streams like this one that are streaming the game. And you check your Twitch inventory for drops you are currently progressing through and are eligible for from watching things in the past. Yeah. As a heads up, you're coming in at the tail end of this drops campaign, so if you want to complete that. Normally you have about a week to do them, but they end in about 25 hours. So hang out here. I'll be able to get through them. Well, we're not snapping Shuri's Lab against Kitty Prime. The climb to 93 from 96 was not fun. Oof. That's a tough one. Take a mulligan here. Jeff, is it just me, or has it been difficult to color outside the lines lately in stat? Feels like I just get dumpstered a lot over the weekend. Yeah, yes and no. I think the details you have to have, such as the minimum amount of disruption, is higher than it typically has been in Marvel Snap's past, but I think the details you fill in around those bits of disruption have a lot of variety. But I don't think it's a coincidence that like all of my most successful decks I played on stream play like 2 to 4 tech cards in them, right? And like even this one's a good example, right? Like this deck is very clearly working to color outside the lines, yeah? But it has Shadow King and Luke Cage in it, which are tech cards. So I wouldn't be surprised if this deck is good, but like also if it is reasonable and serviceable, it's not just because of its linear game plan, it's because of the tech cards it's playing as well. Hey, my name is. Thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. Hub, White Tiger, spicy. Oh no, we lost to Typhoid Mary. That's so sad. I was like, oh, we're good, but Typhoid Mary, because my Luke got Red Guardian. The person in chat that's commenting they don't have a decent place to test their decks without repercussions and Conquest doesn't count. That's literally true of basically every game. Like you play the ladder and incinerate points to test or not. If anything, I think Marvel Snap's Conquest mode actually gives you a better low minimal stakes outlet than regular Snap. Why wouldn't count? Conquest wouldn't count because they're being an elitist prick. I'm actually just gonna take him out of chat. I hate that. I hate that. It's just so like, the people who play Conquest, I'm too good for them. Can't play a real game against the Conquest people. It's so very silly. Died a Juggernaut again here. Ooh, wait. We're winning the right, yeah? Since they both went right. Thank you, Jugs. Appreciate you.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Victory.
I think it's especially funny and on the nose to talk about how you can't get good matches against real decks in Conquest while I'm literally sitting here playing against one of the best decks featuring the new cards. That's been very common. And you could go back and look through just the 2 hours from this stream alone and see how many freaking times I queued into Thanos while playing this deck or while playing Conquest today. Hint, it's a lot. You know what probably qualifies as a hot take that I think is 100% absolutely true that a lot of people don't seem to get? I think ladder systems are awful testing. If you want to sit down and actually test a matchup in a card game, playing random games against random opponents in a ladder setting is not a good way to do that. The proper way to do deck testing is to sit down and play a bunch of matchups against another person whose skill level you know is good, so you can sit there and know, okay, this is what this matchup plays out like because I've played it 100 times. Playing random matches against random people of lots of varying skill level on the ladder doesn't qualify for that. You wanna actually test, you should be sitting down against one other person and playing that matchup 3 or 4 dozen times. I could Blade Black Knight the Scar here, but I think I want to give one Dread Infinite just in case. Lots of folks mistake ladder rank for skill. Yes, absolutely. And the ladder in Marvel Snap, just like in every card game, is much more a facet of how much you've been playing rather than how skilled you are. And that's not to say that people that get to the top of these ladders are bad, but it is to say that, like, it doesn't automatically mean that they're the best around, right? And I would, honestly, to lead into it even more, to really talk about the details, I think Marvel Snap's snapping and retreating mechanics actually take it even a layer further of making it even harder to really test the decks that you're playing. Because the optimal thing to do is leave a lot of the time when you're playing Marvel Snap. However, if you want to learn a matchup and see how it plays out, you can't just be leaving constantly. You need to actually see turn 6s to play out to get a feel for whether or not your turn 6 keeps up with their turn 6 a lot of the time. I think we're probably dead here, but they're all in, so we're hanging out. I assume this is kitty middle. Hey, him. Thanks for the deck submission. You'll probably be our last one today, I think. So we've got 3 waiting to be played now. Or at least for the time being. We'll pause it. We can open them back up later if not.
I'm coming for you.
Would Shadow King middle have won? Maybe. We could have flipped a coin on where their Kitty Pride was going, yeah. Guess Gaming said, I take it you're not playing Thanos in the tournament. I don't think I'm gonna be in the... I don't think I'm gonna make time to play in the Snap tournament thing that's coming up. I hope the non-Thanos players have fun. My weekends are pretty tough over the summer. They are typically reserved for family time. Ooh, Valentina sounds lovely here. I was debating playing the Shadow King on curve, so hitting Valentina to grab a toy and send across sounds good. Especially in the current metagame. Like if they were gonna host a tournament like after a meaningful OTA, that could be interesting, but speak of the asshole and he will appear. Playing a tournament right now given the state of Thanos sounds not like a ton of fun. You can tell this deck is old because people keep asking why Sarah is in it. Yep. This deck was a thing for a while. Infinite! Rats. Alright. Shadow King the Captain Marvel. Scar Blade Dyna Juggernaut. Oh, mercy! Mercy! Tofu, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
My biggest hope, Guest Gaming, as someone who plays, I don't know how much Conquest you play, Guest, but I've played a ton of Conquest historically, and recently have been back to playing a lot of it, and I think the current game timers in this mode are not remotely conducive to creating a super energetic and engaging broadcast. Honestly, I think especially the sweatier this game mode is, the more serious people take it. It's kind of the opposite of what Marvel Snap aims to be at its core, right? It's very long and slow and deliberate. Yeah, chess clock for the whole game would be great. I think you need both. I think you need shorter individual turn timers and then a clock that works for the whole game as well. Any ideas for a Thaddeus sub? Listen, my dear gamer, you just cut Thaddeus for a good card. Deck probably sucks even with him. Good Danius. Poor Danius. Egg we're cooked, gamers. Our pile of cards has not felt particularly competitive here this afternoon, unfortunately. As he draws a 6 energy scar. Oh, I mean, there's permutations of the game that this wins, technically. Surely they can't beat us with Juggernaut another time, right? Wait, so wait, where are they more likely to Juggernaut, though? They're gonna Juggernaut here, right? Every time? They're a Juggernaut here. I believe. And actually, I want to do this. I want to discard this and then discard this, then this will flip the coin for the Infinite.
I'm coming for you.
Thank you, Danny Ghost Rider. I love when you come for me. Is this for a gold ticket? I think it's the first round of silver. I don't know, like even this game, right? Like, we've been playing so long against the same person, I've kind of lost track of what's going on. It's been a long, brutal grind. I think the Galacta Elsa disparity might be one of the most puzzling things we've had in Marvel Snap in the long term. I really just wholly, fully don't understand how Elsa's been left as she is, while Galacta is what she is for so long. I don't think we've made an Ebony Blade a single time in, like, the last 40 rounds. Alright, assuredly this time is different, yes. I'm surprised there's been 0 King changes since its release. See, I'm not remotely surprised there's been 0 King changes. The thing that's surprising to me is a card like Elsa, whose design is good, but the numbers are just different. The numbers are just bad. Like Elsa, like Kang needs a new text box and a new animation. It's actually not remotely surprising to me that Kang has been left to rot. The thing that's weird to me is, like, Elsa could just go to +3, right? Oh, hey, Hex, I did see that this morning before I went live. I figured I'd fumble with it later. I didn't want to have it up, be fumbling with it while I was still live. Was Elsa +3 when she launched? She was, yeah. She was +3 and a 2 cost, so she was obviously a little bit too much at +3 and a 2 cost. But she's never been +3 and a 3 cost. Well, at least we controlled where our Juggernautic card went, and we win? I think we win. Oh, baby. Ah! I love when we get there after Ghost Rider comes for me. Hey, look! We made a blade with Black Knight and suddenly Sarah was good. Everybody keeps trying to cut Sarah, but she looks really good when the rest of it comes together. It's like hadn't had any games where our cards got drawn, yeah. All right. I'm gonna do one more, and we'll move on to clogging some nerds. I can't wait to lose the Thanos control of the last round. No, they're a 12-card deck. They said it couldn't be done, but we queued into a 12-card deck. It's beautiful. Alright, Mobius, you're here. Do we need you? Do you rinse our opponent off? Looks like they're about to be squeaky clean to me, Gamer Rudies. Lucas, buddy old pal. Glorious Lucas Cage. Assuredly Luke is coming to save me, yes? Someone please tell me Luke is coming to save us.
Are ye worthy?
Oh, they're hella. Oh, hella. Luke's just making us sweat for it, something like that. I guess they technically haven't shown us a way to win the other lanes yet, huh? It is the reason this deck used to play US Agent, isn't it? Thaddeus triggering here would gain us 8% to draw Luke, which would be nice. We'll draw us one of our 10 power things. It was a 1 in 3 up from a 1 in 4. Oh, poor Daddy Thaddy. Poor Daddy Thaddy. Lucas! You glorious bastard, you. Where do they play Hella, chip?
Opponent snapped.
Rip. Oh! Oh! Legion, my man, my main man. Legion Brain. Does that count as Legion Brain? I think that counts as Legion Brain. Have I said in the past 10 minutes that you should play more Luke Cage yet? I feel like it's been more than 10 minutes since I said you should play more Luke Cage. In case anybody is unaware. Lucas freaking Cage, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Oh baby, Hella player Boomer snaps me and then sweats 2 to 10. Oh, I'm excited to lose 5 in a row here. I'm gonna be honest. I am deeply and wholly excited to lose 5 in a row. Giddy up, cowboy. I hedge my bets here. Beautifully hedged bet, yep. Problem here is Jubilee. Oh, Ghost Rider's gonna lock us in wherever he goes. That's true. It's fine though.
I'm coming for you.
Ghost Rider locks us in. Ye of little faith. Imagine thinking we were locked in. Must be Twitch chat. Locked and loaded, gamers. I think I do this. And then we just draw Lady Sif and we bin the Infinite and put a blade on the left next turn.
I'm coming for you.
Do 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 do.
Minions to me.
We good? Yeah, we good? Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Our deck definitely felt a little bit on the weak side, but also it felt a lot less bad in the games where we drew Black Knight, believe it or not. Someone write that down. Deck feels stronger when draws namesake. I'm glad Hella's a top tier more. Me too. I'm glad they continued iterating on her. Yeah, and I think the less sarcastic variance-based bit of that is with Scar being a 7 now and US Agent not being a good enough metagame role to play anymore, basically the deck's non-Black Knight draws don't feel like they cobble enough meaningful stuff together. So part of it is there could be a sarcastic, oh, just be luckier. But the, like, step back reflective bit from when this deck felt reasonable last time is it felt reasonable not because we just drew Black Knight all the time. It felt reasonable because the non-Black Knight bits came together to do something reasonably strong. And with US Agent getting nerfed and being in a worse metagame position and Scar being a 7 now instead of a 6, it feels like the non-Black Knight parts here are really just a struggle. All right. We have a donation for our next one to play a smokestacks equivalent in Marvel Snap, which I think means we want to clog people. But I'm gonna stew on that while I run and grab a drink real quick. I'm dragging a little bit, so I'm gonna grab a caffeine. I'm gonna let the ads roll while they happen. When we get back, I think we're gonna debris some darts. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Right. Hey, to Says, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. What are Debris Gamers doing of the late? Enchantressing people? I suppose that makes sense. Slightly worse than shanging people. Making non-anti-clog is definitely better than anti-clog. Daredevil's cute. Could play Daredevil with our goblins. I've enjoyed a good Daredevil clog in the past. Especially with Hobgoblin. Let's do it. Less tech cards, more clog. Something clog board again. Yep. I haven't played a lot since Firehair released. I'm seeing a lot of Thanos. Did he get buffs or did recent cards give him a boost? A little bit of both. Thanos is just kind of like the best shell to play all the tech cards in right now. And like Spectrum Thanos, which is actually the best performing Thanos variation. Got some new ongoing cards. Classic Clog featuring Red Hulk. I think Red Hulk's been around long enough that he's part of Classic Clog at this point. Put is playing a 12 card deck. That's so exciting. Do some lists play Gore over Hulk? Ooh, that's a good call out. Yeah, it's probably a better swap. It's probably a little bit bigger on average. We're mostly on reveals, yeah. This is probably beneficial for me, actually, yeah. I almost assuredly have more expensive cards than they do. I should snap here. Especially with Nico popping out. We do this to lock up Jotunheim. Retreating later, sure. Yeah, I need to snap earlier. The Clog decks, when your opening hand lines up well, you need to push it more aggressively because it becomes very apparent to your opponent when they're gonna get pushed out. Location that's beneficial for us. We'll push the button. Our hand's pretty solid as well here. Victory. This is part of the reason why even when I have gold tickets, we stick to the lower Conquest. Just because people take gold a lot more seriously, and there's a lot more of this push the button retreat type gameplay. My turn to play Marvel Retreat, it would appear. You have Kitty with Shuri's Lab. My opponent is not going to snap, it doesn't look like, but we'll save ourselves the time. We have a global bounty. What is that? Is that something they started doing while I was on my break? How it works. Win games using any of the new X-Men themed cards during the event time frame. Every victory adds to the global win count. The higher the global count, the more rewards for all participants. The more bounty cards you use in the deck, the more progress your win contributes. Well, that's... I guess there's probably enough ways to build around that's fine, question mark. That shouldn't land on too many wretches. If we get 40 million wins, everybody gets a Collector Series 5 stat pack. Sweet. Yeah, really good set of rewards. Credits, a mystery variant, exclusive variants, then eventually a stat pack. Last time there was a bounty, we got everything. Generally speaking, those types of things are constructed so the players get everything. They did a null X23 event in January. Okay, yeah, I wasn't playing Snap in January. My opponent playing right gave me a small panic attack because I was worried that we were about to get, little worried we were about to get a, what's it called? Cosmode. Yeah, that one. That jerk. That last event happened in the middle of the TikTok ban. Oof. The opponent's deck should not be able to interface with Limbo, which is nice. Is one of these cards on the left Kitty Pride? Marvel Boy as a random is really good. Holy. We got a little bit in the middle. Hopefully this isn't Kitty. Holy brutal savage wrecked. Never before has someone been devastated as badly as we've been devastated. Thoroughly hoisted. Alright, I'm gonna play this deck in lower Conquest where we can just snap in. Not care too much. Your Pim arrow is active at least, that's true. I talk about Luke Cage a lot because we don't play a lot of Juggernaut on this channel, but Juggernaut is easily the best card, one of the best cards in Snap. One of the best around. Do 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 do. I think he's toxic. I'm really surprised he hasn't lost a point. But I think most tech cards should probably lose a point. Ongoing Thanos here, it looks like. Is this your best deck with Hobgoblin? This is the most competitive deck that exists with Hobgoblin, yes. Unclear if Clog is better or worse without Hobgoblin, but this is definitely the only way to play it in a remotely serviceable deck. All right. Let's fill up the left here, huh? Have some rocks, gamer. All right, Hobgoblin hopefully means we win Jotunheim. We actually still win this game, despite that brutal devastation in the center, huh? Got him. Cannonball! Cannonball says you don't get to know how many points we have, chat. Don't you dare add them up. Don't you dare. He's shielding you from how powerful he is. I'm awful at math, so we're good. God bless. There are not black cosmic borders in my shop. I checked earlier. I looked. Very nice, very nice. Am I don't think that, I'm probably just magicking this one, actually. I'm gonna play hood face down to the right. And Surge there doesn't bother us because they're unlikely to want to Cosmo their Surge path, so we should be getting rid of the raft here this turn. Yeah, people were complaining about old Spotlight variants cluttering up their shop while being too expensive, so they decided they weren't going to do that anymore. I believe old Spotlight variants are just firmly back in the Disney Vault at this point. Just not obtainable. I don't believe they're in the Collector's Vault, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Shang-Chi's! Well, good. That means we can play our Red Hulk out proactively. I remember when Doc would die there. It was a dark time. Good old-fashioned esports octopus. We're creeping up to 2,000 viewers today. Maybe we will do a long stream. Ooh, we're actually over. I've got nowhere to be. Remember, our baby land shark in the center can still move around. We just do Demon Red Hulk on the last turn. Alright, nobody move! Boris, thank you for the prime. The request to play this deck today was play your favorite stacks equivalent deck in Marvel Snap, and this is definitely qualifies. Who gets to play the game on the last turn? Me. Me. I do. This deck's a phenomenal example of card games can be zero-sum, meaning if you're having all the fun, your opponent's having none of it. Or if your opponent's having none of the fun, you're having all of it. Ooh, my camera was a little small still. Slightly larger. We were really, the high roll there was grapple plus acid. Would have been real good. Let's get this fist tower all clogged up. Mad Mike, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Good afternoon. Grapple on the goblin. I think there's a chance the left is too full by next turn to grapple the goblin, so I think I just take my guaranteed jump over. Oh yeah, turn X would have changed it. Not an option. Good show. They just first Ghost Ridered their Shang-Chi. LOL. I think they'll ever make White Widow playable again. Probably not with her current text box. Alright, Gwenpool left puts them to 4. -3 is 1. They go to 7 on the left. So I'm actually winning the left. I'm actually winning the left as is. And this fills the right. Fist means no fill. No, their side. I'm filling their side, gamers. They don't have a Shang-Chi because they discarded it. I think I just do Red Hulk, yeah? They could Juggernaut me. Yeah, Juggernaut's a good call. The Ghost Rider's not actually in their deck. The deck tracker's messed up. This is This is a turn X card. Is this better? That's close. I think this is probably wins the game. Cool. Ooh. I think we have to take this play because of Juggernaut. All right, all the roads were heading in the direction of Rome there. Weird stay from them, considering they just lost to Red Hulk Center that they knew we had. Unless they're just leaving. Okay, they're just leaving. That makes sense. They were just ready to be done. Clogging them up. Do 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 do. Be do 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 do. Oh, someone else mentioned swapping Red Hulk for Gore earlier. I think it's fine. I think it mostly doesn't matter. It's pretty similar. Gore's probably a little bit better on average, but really that 6 drop slot can be basically anything. Pick your favorite big dumb number card, essentially. Ooh. I feel like any opposing Magic deck has to be a good matchup for us. I think we are the more maybe they're also Clog. Nope. Okay. I think we're ahead here on average. Oh. I forgot these decks are a mess of tech cards these days. Yeah. Not the best performing, but the most popular. It does not remotely have the best stats, but the most popular build of Mr. Negative on the public tracker is playing Killmonger and Shang-Chi. muted, right? So we can make a bad stay here. I don't really want to play against a Killmonger deck. Actually ended up being very, very close, though. Yep. I'm playing this with Shadow King instead of Hawkeye and Shang instead of Red Hulk. Average Marvel Snap player taking a deck list and cutting 2 cards for 2 more tech cards they don't need. Sounds about average. I think you absolutely need some type of big number at the top end. I think you need a Gore or a Magneto or even a regular Hulk if you're not playing Red Hulk. Kate's a very good card. Genuinely, if you've spent resources on literally anything before you bought Kate Bishop or Sam Wilson, you messed up and spent your token wrong. Make those 2 cards your next 2 purchases. Kate Bishop is literally one of the best cards you can get in the game. Make her a priority. Magneto is my current Gore stand-in because his effect can still be. I agree, bro. I think Magneto is perfectly reasonable and serviceable here. I like him. I like him a lot. If you want my thoughts on which cards are the best to buy, check out my Series 4 or 5 tier list on the Hooglandia Snap channel. Give that a monthly update. We just did one fairly recently. Now, the real question is our opponent a Luke Cage enjoyer?
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Ah, rats. We'll say it's one of these, kitty. Do I want to lose to Luke or Cosmo? I'd probably rather lose to Lucas, right? Cosmo's pretty common in the opponent's archetype. If I want to lose to Cosmo instead of Luke, I could cannonball the Gore on the right. If you lose to Luke, it's good for your brand. That's true, you know. We are play more Luke Cage stream. All right, it looks like the rollover just happened. I'm gonna go take my web shop spin while these adverts go. Don't go anywhere, gamers. We broke 2,000 concurrent viewers, which means we're gonna be streaming Marvel Snap until we drop below that. Appreciate everybody hanging out, getting your drops done here as we enter the final 24 hours. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, consider tapping the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate all the folks that have done that already. We have bested the proving grounds. Any new pixels in the shop to purchase? No new pixels. Ooh, I got a premium mystery variant for my web shop spin. I said there weren't new pixels. I was wrong. Is that bested slot Frigga? Might be bested slot Frigga. Oh my gosh, the scroll down. You're killing me, Marvel Snap. Reload the client. Maybe you got her from the mystery variant to the web shop. Very unlikely. Gotta get it just to compare. Something like that. I do play a lot of Frigga. It's close. Why don't you buy the there's an ultimate variant for her? Doesn't look like it. Or you mean, why don't I buy this ultimate variant here? I think my Doom is better. I have all the ultimate variants I want. It's not like I'm denying myself ultimate variants. That's close. Let's do it. We might come back and buy that. Successfully upgraded cards. Your current variant matches the nameplate better. It's true. Yeah, there were no black cosmics in my shop, Ben. Hey, Weebo, thank you for the 1.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Good evening, good evening. Got jump scared by the adverts. They're good for that. Reminded you for the primary upper. A Tarnax for me? Little old me. It's a little sad for us. Hopefully we can find a copy of Magic. Divorce Dad as a username with the U.S. agent. U.S. agent avatar. Feels on point. There's magic. I have 5 energy this turn. I think I do this and save her for next turn. They could play 2 into here, I suppose. Gosh, it's close. Nice, rewarded. Oh, he undoes some of our Clog here, which is unfortunate. Daredevil lets us know where to put our green goblin, which is lovely. Misery! This person has metagamed our poor Clog deck incredibly hard. You think that means they're a Killmonger deck too? They played their demon out. That's a good call. If they are a Killmonger deck, they're signaling not wanting to be playing it. That's good for me. I think, yeah. Question mark? There's a number of 3s that this works out for on the left. Rats. I think we're just cooked when they play there. I don't think there was a single 3 that flips up to save us. Viper right. No, I want to leave the right to force them to have something big enough to beat us there if they send the Titania across. And they had death, unfortunately. That one's hard to be too upset about. The opponent's playing a very off-meta deck that ends up being very strong into what we're doing, incidentally. I think that's like the first time we've played against that since Strange Supreme release week. Do you look at untapped data today on stream by chance? No. Usually I only pull up untapped data when there's been some type of meaningful move. I don't expect we'll really have a metagame shift until after the OTA at the end of the month. And even then, probably not that big of a shift. I think our for better and worse, I think our card releases for the rest of the month are pretty medium. Prodigy's maybe a surfer card, but even then it'll be an easy skip for a lot of people, I think. Viper is a pretty good draw here for us. Gosh, Sam Wilson's so good against Clog. back to ladder for infinite. My dearest gamers, there are like 3 weeks left in the season. We'll get to infinite at some point, I promise. Y'all really need to not be so obsessed with it. Man, Polaris is going through some stuff today. The locations are not being kind to her. But how could you have any self-worth without defense? Asking the real questions. Do you think they fill the center? I think if they're smart, they move the shield center and play something else there. So I think I debris mid. Okay, so they weren't smart. Got it. Now, I guess they wanted the Stegron, but still. I think that's a mistake on their part. Limbo's very good for us here. Their shield still gets to bounce around a little bit, which could be screwy, but with Cannonball and some Cape Bishop arrows, I have to imagine this matchup's mostly done. Ooh, that gives us a real game. I wasn't thinking about their Cannonball pushing our card because we're losing the left now, so I have to win the other two. Do we think they have Shang? What are the odds they have Shang in addition to Cannonball? Like obviously non-zero. Are they playing Marvel Snap? Yeah. Oh. Very smart on their part here. They filled. I should have gone with my gut. I lost this because I let chat scare me. And this is a really good lesson to everybody in chat is don't play scared. I bet I just played my Red Hulk here. They lose every time. Stick to my stomach. Yeah, the 50-50 on their Cannonball breaking the right was definitely good for them. But I would have had sequences to still win the game if I'd have trusted my instincts there. Was the Cannonball always getting stuck halfway? It must be some kind of bug this patch, because it's been happening a lot, yeah. Do I throw Kate to the Wolves? No, wait, we could top deck a Hood and want to throw that in there. We'll go So Green Goblin next turn, and then like Acid Arrow plus Debris the following turn. Okay, didn't get screwed by reality for once. It's lovely to see. Power of positive thinking. We got the Acid Arrow as well. Unlikely they fill the right copium. They probably, yeah. There's a good chance I should have debried on the right here. Did it get screwed by reality for once? Any millennial had a good day. Mood. Mood. Did we get him? I think we got him. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, we get to play the last 2 turns of Marvel Snap all by our lonesome. No, wait, come back. I wasn't done playing with my food yet. Your math is wrong on that last game, Jace, because if you take away, we're only adding +6 on the right, and they're losing 3, so it would be 6 to 9 on the right. Nice. So each side loses 3, and then we gain 9. So we go to -3, and then +9 is +6. I have my Red Hulk. Rude. So one of the things you really need to think about when you're playing this matchup with this archetype is ideally you want to only be magicking in a location that's fully clogged, so that way you don't have to worry about what's his name? Reality Stone happening. And this one's like a little sketchy because if they play Sam Wilson, they could move it out. Their copycat is Red Hulk, so they are not locked in at 18 over there. They could still go back up. Yeah, but we lose 3 off our Titania in that picture, Jace. So it's a net, whatever. Net same. Oh, good night, video gamer. Good night. So long, farewell. I'll see you and good day.
Victory.
I gotta say, against anybody else, this would be bullying. Against best deck in format, just deeply and incredibly satisfying. This is how everybody else feels when you break their sandcastles. They just want to play with their toys and they can't. Because you showed up and broke their sandcastle. Let the sandcastles play. Hey, good luck in the rest of your games, alright? Your destroy variation is sweet at least. Instead of breaking their sandcastle, we let loose a pack of feral cats in their sandbox. That's a great way to put it, honestly. Because we still just stop them before they can get going. Release the cats. Victory. Meow. Is it legally considered booby trapping if they come to kick your sandcastle but it's made out of snakes and rocks? I don't think so. Definitely too soon to discuss Thunderbolt spoilers. Please don't. Sweetly too soon. Surge and Esme together. Are they a surfer enjoyer? Is the question. I think that's a great line for Marvel movie spoilers discussion. You could have the discussion when it hits Disney Plus. Cosine. They're the Esme Hawk deck. Could be. They could also be the Bast Anti-Venom. What's it called? Pile of cards? Let's see if this is a 5 over here. Alright, so much like the United States, we've lost the right here. Hopefully, we can cobble together something serviceable still despite that. If they're clever, they fill the left tier, and then we're dead. I think this sequence here for my opponent is one of the worst types of possible plays you could make against Clog, which is leaving exactly one thing in multiple lanes. If you want some good advice on how to play against this deck that I'm currently playing, you need to be proactively filling your lanes as frequently as possible. Victory. I know it feels bad to give your opponent information about exactly how many stats you're going to have, but you'll win more games forcing the Clog deck to put points on the board than you will hoping they don't clog you. You want to be the one dictating, okay, I'm filling my lanes on my terms. Sure, obviously cards that can move around the board and like destroy cards are like good against Clog, but like not every deck has those. But what every deck can do is proactively decide, okay, I'm filling here and now. Oh, you know what? I want to play this where I'm least likely to get Cosmo'd. And they have priorities, so they might Cosmo the Hood Path. I am so smart. SMRT. Do 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 do. B do do do. Do 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 do. Boop 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 boop. Snap. We're snapping. Okie dokie. Fair, honestly. Lost my flip here. Alright, let's try and clog him up over here on the left. That was a very good stab from the opponent, I agree. Very, very clever. Should have gone with my gut. Every time I gotta just lock in my instincts with this deck. Because every time I hedge, I end up really sad. Ooh, that's such a good draw into this Daredevil. Okay, so what are we doing? I win the left with Cannonball. I'm just trying to figure out, can I... Titania plus Arrow mid. I think it's just here. I don't think I'm Titaniaing them. I think I want that to be a surprise. This is a lot of points. Okay. 150, please. Thankfully, I've never lost a coin flip in my life, so I don't expect this will be the first one. Gosh, I'm so unlucky. I'm so unlucky. Unlucky. The Mystique play, the not going with my gut on the Mystique play got us. And a green goblin on the left on. On a 3, we'd have got him. Ooh, that's a piece of candy. You can just play on Curveria. I think I need to play left to hedge Cosmo blocking my cannonball there. I have priority here. They lost their Iron Man, I suppose. Can they put more points on the left? I don't think so, right? This is just, they're about to have Claw for Rickety Bridge, yeah? Is what this snap is. Is it a Cosmo snap? It could be a Gore Cosmo snap as well. Red Hulk beats Claw and Cosmo, yeah? No, their Iron Man's been from the Sokovia. And Gore's about to lose 4, yeah? And we get bigger? Oh, got him. Alright, 2 shots to take their last 2 cubes. Why did they play Nico right? I don't know. Are most Angela decks Juggernaut decks these days? They could be.
This land can never be fully known.
Weird World's annoying. Could have my Viper. My Viper. I'm gonna brick a draw if I don't play Titania. It's annoying. Wow, no 1s or 2s for them is interesting. God bless America. Come on, Ben. Come on, Benjamin. Okay, I think I want to turn off Quantum Realm against their Bast Ancient Venom deck. That seems pretty good, yeah. Sage is a solid one to take away. Hobgoblin into Green Goblin Debris. honey. Honey. Now we do this, right? They debris, and then they'll be at 4 over here. This works how I want here as well, right? Because I have priority. So if they play a card here, Basic Arrow pulls Titania across, and then Acid Arrow jumps. And if they don't play a card here, Basic Arrow pulls her across, and then Acid Arrow jumps both of them back. Oh, they could have my Viper, I suppose. Could be a wriggle here. I've not drawn her yet. Well, they're guaranteed to have my Viper here, actually. Oh, but the Titania's jumping back across, right? Yeah. My deck is empty. They were guaranteed to have my Viper. But they're fully clogged because these are filled here with the Green Goblin, and then Titania jumps back across. Okay, well, you know. All right. I feel like I need to go take a shower after that one, so I think it's success. That's a successful set with that deck. Thoughts on Clog? I think if you're looking for a proactive deck that is really good into Thanos, if you understand your lines, this is definitely one of the ones. The extra goblins with Daredevil was a nice angle. I also think this archetype's pretty budget friendly. I think the only higher series card that is absolutely a must-have is Kate Bishop. She's a great card to pick up in general, and her Acid Arrow is just so efficient, and her other arrows give you lots of points other cards just won't be adding. Cannonball can substitute for a different tech card like Shang-Chi or Enchantress, and Red Hulk should just be some type of big dumb number thing. So Red Hulk and Gore are the two best 6-drops for this deck. I think Magneto is also very serviceable if you're someone who's super low collection level. Even regular Hulk is fine there. You just want some kind of big dumb 6-drop to put numbers on the board, because against better players, they're going to proactively fill their locations up, and you're going to need stats at the end of it. So this deck list was actually in. I do a weekly best decks roundup over on the Hooglandia Snap YouTube channel. I've been throwing a couple of older decks that have good stats recently at the end of those, and Classic Clog was one of the ones I threw up there this week because it's just really well positioned in all the Thanos stuff that's going on. That's a good note. So on days where we're playing viewer decks, I play Conquest a lot of the time. So if you're in my decks thing and you don't see the most recent deck we played, click the Conquest tab at the top. It'll be easy access. All right, we're gonna take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. Looks like we're floating about 2,100 people between the two streams, which is awesome. And a good long Marvel Snap stream here for the last day of drops. Appreciate everybody hanging out, don't go anywhere. Does Strange Supreme have any place in Clog? No, I don't think so, unfortunately. I'm gonna run to the restroom while these ads go, BRB. are we doing? What are we doing next? I think I have one more viewer deck, and then I think maybe we'll do some laddering. Actually, we have two more viewer decks, but one of them is play my favorite Moon Girl deck, so we're gonna save that one for last, and we'll ladder with that. Is my game plan. So our next viewer pile of cards is this. Surge High Evo Tech cards. Is it sacrilege to say Zabu is better than Sunspot here? I feel like I absolutely want Zabu in this deck. Is this deck getting Abomination discounted enough? Is it Hulk, actually? Do we have too many big things at the top end? Is this crazy? I feel like it's not. Sunspot's probably like a 2-3 or 2-4, or like a 3 or a 4 here. I don't like to change too much in submitted decks, but this definitely wants Zabu. I think we could run the rest as is. I think the idea of Fastos, Zabu, Surge with all the other cards at the top end sounds fun. So we'll leave it from a fun perspective and go from there. Well, we technically have a pretty clean 1, 2, 3, 4 curve here. Goes 1, 2, 3, and then this is kind of 4 all on its own. Hopefully they do us a favor of putting 2 cards in the same path so we can deploy Cyclops there. Pop Speed, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Opponent might be punting the right, but I think I want to just lock that up. We'll try and win one of the other lanes. Abomination goes to are we? Do I play this here? I feel like there's a low chance they put more stuff here. And they might place a second thing here, which would let this get down to 2. I feel like that could go either way. Afflict 3 enemy cards, same location, -1 power. All right, the Abomination's getting cheap here. I'm excited to draw Zabu late and wish it was a Hulk. Them playing Magic makes Hulk uniquely better. think it's just this. And then we can Shang this next turn. I don't want to think on the right because Shang should be able to clean that out for us, but it feels bad to speed value on the thing here.
I am Iron Man.
Kinda wish I would have put more points here on the right now. Sand castle obliterated. It's me. I'm the problem. It's me. At tea time, everybody agrees. What a good sport, fist bumping me after we break their toys.
Victory.
Took all their things and threw them in the trash can. We're a good sport about it anyways. One golden ticket, please. Get that weekend mission done.
Behold my creations.
Opponent snap.
All right, that's Sinister London, and we've got the tech guards. They are playing Thanos. Yeah, I think we just get I think I want to get, this might be sacrilege, but I think I want to get double Misty pumping before we surge. Oh, and their Spectrum. Okay. Do I want two of these? Like, what are my three things I'm Londoning? I don't know. I think I'll take two of these. I guess getting two of these means every card I draw gets +2 as well, which is nice in terms of power. No, I think Thanos is absolutely one of the better first cards you can buy. You can 100% build more than one serviceable deck with just Thanos. Completely and entirely agree. It's a great first pickup. What do we think of Enchantressing the right proactively? So that way I don't have to worry about, Spectrum on the last turn. I think I'm into it. I skipped playing Fastos here to get my Misty Knight triggers. I don't know if that's correct. So they shouldn't be able to add more points on the right, yeah? Their blue Marvel is down and none of these are ongoing. And I'm beating single big play in either of these. They ever play Claw? Sometimes they play Claw, yeah, that's true. Mystique's not usually it. Oh wait, do I lose the center to Spectrum? I need one of these Misty Knights to land left. And then we win the breaker. No, we beat Thanos. Would have lost the Spectrum there, the way the Misty Knight triggers landed.
Victory.
Isn't skipping Fastos the same power as playing him because the +2 boost the next card gets? Kinda. The next card getting the +2 puts the power in different spots. But you're right. It's if assuming I'm playing the top card, which I guess you could maybe make the argument that it's going to be a low enough cost that I will. Oh, am I splitting Surge again? Yeah, I'm working towards Gold Crackle on Surge. We should go put points into her. We hit gold. Surge is a card that I envision myself playing enough that I want the big perfect split eventually. Not a terrible piece of art, but I don't think it's at the top for Sages.
Behold my creations.
Snapped. Opponent snapped.
Well, their Strange Supreme not being on the Nexus should be good for us. Or Clog, okay. That's not particularly good for us. I think I just stack as many points here proactively as I can. They could be debrising the center this turn. If they debris the center, the Cyclops triggers 3 times, and then that's actually more points to me over here. Oh, but the Strange Supreme's gonna pull their rocks off. It's just the high evo then. I think we high evo and hope they don't double clog us, then have a chance to put Abomination down. Deep in the cloggy tank here. Okay. Long think about whether or not they wanted to get rid of Limbo or not there, huh? All right, I guess. Spark, thank you for the over year and a half. I appreciate that. Welcome back. We're getting a Red Hulk, but they're getting a Shang. Wow, okay. Yep. I mean, I guess winning that flip's pretty good, huh? Must resist Shang Brain. Must resist Shang Brain. All right, so they have a Shang-Chi. I think I do this in the center because if they play nothing here, we tie, and if they play anything here, the Titania comes back. And then I'm gaining 8 over here on the left, and then we're up 13 on the right. So it seems like they're in a pretty bad spot, yeah? This is 100% my Shang-Chi in the center because they just can't fathom not playing the Red Hulk out in the one place I can. Look at that. Look at that. Nummy nummy casserole. Nice Shang-Chi, gamer. This is why we put Shang in our deck, chat, to bait our opponents into staying.
Victory.
Gotta get inside their minds. You have a Shang-Chi. You could win the game. It's for the Mindscape and the Weird World games. Gotta pump fake them.
Behold my creations.
Snap.
Zabooby into Surge. Sounds lovely. We do not have any direct ways to get into Spider Island or Altar of Death, so the island's going to fuel the altar for us, hopefully. But otherwise we have to fill both of these to end points here, which might be possible. Look at that 2-8 chat. It's so clean. What a lovely lad. I guess I should keep playing here still, huh? So try and get into the altar. If we're gonna manually play into DC, might as well try and flip the coin for the altar. Hey, Jakey Bakey. Usually soonish. You'll probably be leaving soon as your mom should be upstairs somewhere. Or maybe actually she might be out with Haley. But you should eat a snack and not start something very long.
Okay.
Love you.
Love you too.
I think it's this. Just keep the surge going. That one energy thing. It's clobbering time.
I am Iron Man.
Oh my goodness! Guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Look at that. Look at that 0-1. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I said the only way we were getting into Spider Island is if we filled the rest. That's not enough to win the center. It's only 14, yeah? I must say, designs like Spider Island I think are some of my favorite they've added to the game. The soft lockout ones, where like tools that would get you into somewhere like Sanctum can still get you into there, but you can like get into them organically by making certain play pattern decisions. They're really, really elegantly done, those types of locations. Zabooby! Morag is another favorite of mine. Yeah, Morag's another good design for that same reason. Agree. Agree. I think I Misty in the center, and then we'll Sunspot left, Cyclops left. Or Surge here if we draw Surge. Ooh. Ooh. Das a piece of candy, yeah? Das a piece of candy, yeah? Filling the left gives us the best chance to draw cards, but they could have an early Iron Man here, which will make me really sad. I believe some of these Bast Agent Venom decks are starting to run Killmonger. I'm not playing around that in Conquest until I see it. Why not play Scorpion? Because I want the most points on the left. I want to maximize my chance to draw extra cards there, and holding the Scorpion means I get +1 on the Sunspot. I think this Asgard likely makes or breaks the game. Oh, they're just not competing for it. Interesting. Wong. What on God's green earth are they doing with Wong? Just like siege stuff? Am I enchantressing the Wong? I feel like I'm supposed to on principle, but I genuinely don't know. Yeah, I guess they could be Mr. Negative. sure, I'm happy with having gotten rid of one. Although I can't Shang the Sage now. Do you think they can compete on the left? No way, right? I mean, I can play everything. I don't think they have another big number, right? So rather than playing everything, is it just this? They play Gore? Yeah, they absolutely play Gore. That's true. Oh, it's only 8:17 in the middle. I don't know.
I am Iron Man.
Should have just Shang Brains. Feels bad, man. I guess weren't big enough to win the left, so they played for the other two.
Behold my creations.
I hope Second Dinner considers putting some points of power back into High Evolutionary's kit. It's such a sweet group of cards. It's been outclassed by and large by a lot of stuff lately. Using Cyclops here is so brutal. It is actually criminal that Cyclops is still... It's actually criminal that Cyclops still isn't a... Still isn't a 3/5. Things should absolutely be able to target the same thing more than once again. Things should probably be a 4/7 as well. And Wasp should probably be able to tag two things. Those are, I think, a number of those are all good ones they could revert. I think they could honestly roll back all the nerfs to his kit. Yeah, I think they could probably make Hulk an ongoing again. I agree with that. Oh, it's so annoying. You remember that Shocker exists? To be fair, Shocker's always been the weak link in that kit. Didn't Glenn say they had one more high Evo card in the hopper? Glenn commented like a year ago that they would eventually do a vanilla 7. I think we're in trouble. Shocker could shock a card like Iceman. They could do both, honestly. Just give it another ability. Yes, the one card we have not seen in their deck tracker is White Tiger. We saw it get discarded. Good call out. Our opponent is a very deliberate Marvel Snapper. They'd have Shocker reduce the highest cost card. Ooh, that's a good call out. Yeah, I like that idea. Wait the maximum amount of time and to make the play that's absolutely the best flip against my thing. Always a little bit frustrating of an experience as a content creator. Because obviously the odds of someone ghosting in a nominal game like this are pretty low, but it's just like, why are you making me wait? I burned my Shang-Chi trying to trigger the center location that they then took away from me, which is sad. I get punished here at the end for it. They already played Mystique. I guess they're only goring in one spot. Probably flipping a coin with White Tiger here. My goodness, they're still taking forever here as well. I don't know. Like I say, anytime you're watching any content creator and they're complaining about getting stream sniped, myself included, they're just being salty 99% of the time. The stakes in Marvel Snap are so minimal. Most people are not screen peeking. They just want to play games. And I think and someone like this, I think, is the perfect example. Like, almost assuredly, they're just a very slow player. And when you're playing Conquest especially, like, the slow players compound because you're playing multiple games against someone who's glacial. It's very easy to, where did they have a second one of those from? Oh, the first one was Esme. Oh, I should have done that. Rip. 1 point short at the end there. Rats. This deck's been pretty alright, despite our opponent being a little bit frustrating there. The game was really close. I'm going to go ahead and run an ad roll so it doesn't happen over the middle of gameplay. When we return, we're going to play a little bit more with this one. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Is that my favorite toddler? Someone just opened my door for a second. Usually when a child doesn't come bursting right into Haley. I was trying to figure out how to fit in Zabu. It never occurred to me to cut the Hulk. Yeah, I think cutting the Hulk makes sense. Like, Zabu's obviously stellar here. And it feels like, especially if we're playing Shang-Chi and Enchantress, like, the Hulk becomes less appealing because, like, we're never playing a tech card and a Hulk on the last turn. We know the next drop cycle dates. No, usually they announce drops when they announce the new season. There's one drops per season, so the next one won't be until the June season. We're gonna buy her, aren't we? Oh, we're gonna buy it, aren't we? Should I stop pretending? Should I stop pretending? Maybe. I'm gonna cope like I'm not gonna vomit $20 here in a second. The second dinner addressed the community's reaction to the bot changes. The new bots have made the latter almost unplayable, and I hope that they're reverting them. What bot changes? I've experienced far fewer bots personally in the 90s, but I don't know that the bots are different than what I played against before. There was a couple of seasons back where they changed it so the bots don't intentionally try to lose anymore. I would be absolutely surprised if there's cheater bots. I think they made it so the bots don't explicitly try to lose the game anymore, which if you're used to those, maybe a regular bot feels like a cheater. I personally have lost about 5 ranks to bots making suspiciously perfect plays. Genuinely, even when cheater bots existed, if you lost 5 ranks to them, that's a you problem. As someone who lived through actual cheater bots on the ladder. I don't think I've actually seen the Series 5 bots people are talking about on the ladder. Speaking of hella. Oh, they're hella. They discarded Apocalypse. Squeeze me. I haven't noticed any difference in bot frequency. Yeah, I think they're doing some A/B testing. I've heard several people have an experience like myself who are like, yeah, their bot ratio is way different for me this season. Then several other people are just like, no, it's the same as always for me.
Apocalypse. It's clobbering time.
Thank goodness you finally figured out to snap, gamer. Boom, boom, boom. They had nothing to discard at the end there too. That's so funny. We would have won the game if I would have Shang-brained. We would have won the game if I would have Shang-brained. This is why Shang-brain afflicts so many people, chat. We've had several games where just like, should just always YOLO the crappy tech card after my my opponent boomer snaps me. It makes sense that better players should get fewer bots. Kinda. So, one of the things... Marvel Snap's matchmaking system is actually really obtuse if you don't understand what they're doing with it. And one of the things I think a lot of people don't realize is in a lot of other card games, your visible rank is a significant portion of how you get paired in their matchmaking system. Pokemon Pocket's a good example. Your visible rank is like basically the only thing that matters. And in Snap, that's not remotely true. Just because me and someone else both say rank we're in the 90s doesn't mean we're gonna queue into each other very likely. Marvel Snap has an internal MMR that's one of the biggest factors in how it pairs you for matchmaking. So two different people can have very different matchmaking experiences at the same ladder, the same visible rank on the ladder. A game with none of our cost reducers feels pretty bad. No Zabu, no Surge. How do you know if you have high MMR? The only indicator of your MMR that players have direct access to is how many snap points you enter Infinite with. So the higher your MMR, losing that 50-50 sucks. I can't Enchantress the Shang now. The higher your MMR, the more snap points you enter Infinite with. So for example, my account, when I enter Infinite in a new season, typically has north of 8,000 snap points. 7,500 is about average. I think it's between like 72 and 7,800 is the band a lot of people enter with. And some people enter lower than that. They have bad MMR. And there's other people who like do nothing but grind Marvel Snap that they actually enter even higher than I do at 8,000+. I think I've seen people post that they've entered at like close to 9K before, if I recall correctly. So there's a big range.
Behold my creations.
Zabooby into Surge. Let's do it, gamers. Let's do it. Ooh, into Fastos? How could they ever win? I've got Fastos on curve, chat. They can't ever win. Look at that 2 energy thing. Alright, and thanks to the Murder World bonk here, they have priority, so the thing will get to trigger after they play their cards. Snap me back! Snap me back! Snap me back! Please, I beg you, snap me! Snap me! Where do you see how many stat points you have? It's visible when you click onto your rank post-infinite. Sunspot is lovely. I think I just spread Eagle here, yeah? Just be able to play for all the locations. I guess they could be like an Iron Man deck, and then I'm sad I played Enchantress for tempo. I guess I could have Abomination instead of Enchantress here. I think I just continue to play for all of it. Could lose left and right, I suppose, but we should be locked in the center. We're getting another 3 on the left here, so it'll be 14, 17, 15. Cool. You know, it's a feature I didn't realize I wanted it until I had it, gamers, but Having a chair that reclines back while I sit at my desk is something I'll never be able to go back from. Just one of those this is excellent type things.
Behold my creations.
Your Herman Miller didn't recline before. I never had $1,000 chair, gamers. Come on now. I stream Marvel Snap and previously Magic the Gathering, not freaking Fortnite. $1,000 goes into decks. That's true, you know. I successfully managed to make fully funded a 401k for the first time ever money. Not ninja money. And hey, that might actually be doing okay after today. The markets are coping really well.
I am Iron Man.
Big market copes. The markets are like, only a 30% price increase, tell me more. Is our Enchantress finally going to hit something? It looks like it. I have priority here too. This means I don't trigger Misty Knight this turn, but I think I definitely just want to get rid of Iron Man, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I get cheeky. I think I just get rid of the Iron Man. No reason to get greedy. All right, and then they're locked in on the left, right? They're gonna get +4 per turn, but otherwise locked. So here's the thing. Do I play Cyclops? Cyclops, I have priority, so Cyclops has the chance to tag something else. And if they play at least one more thing here, one more card here, Abomination and Thing both play next turn together, which is appealing. Perfect. It's like not completely surprising to say this just because this deck is playing Shang-Chi and Enchantress, but this deck has felt surprisingly reasonable, I think. So this is 9 on the right, and then Thing is -3, this is -2, so they go down to 6, and then I'm going up to 14, and then Misty could tag in for another here. You know, if I feel locked on the left, I'm probably just not supposed to play for all 3. I'm probably just supposed to Abomination Center and call it a day. Am I missing something about Trump capping pharmaceutical drugs? What's the angle? The angle is the executive order asks them nicely to reduce their prices and has no enforcement mechanism behind it. Because believe it or not, you need to pass legislation through Congress to affect the pricing of prescription drugs, not issue it via executive order, which is why Biden didn't do it in the past. It's free publicity to say, look, I tried, yeah. Although it really goes to show just how vibes-based the market are, because a bunch of the companies, despite everything being green today, a bunch of the companies that make pharmaceuticals were in the red because him saying that was a bad vibe. And it's honestly just to show like how much his action there is political theater. If the Republican Party put forward a clean bill to cap prescription drug costs at certain amounts, I would be shocked if it didn't pass the House and the Senate. But they won't do that. Like that is 100% within their they wouldn't even need all the Republicans in either of those places to vote for it, because they'd get a bunch or possibly even all of the Democrats to do it if it was a clean bill. But it is exactly political theater as implemented. Nocturne! There's a lovely lady I haven't seen in a long time. I think I'm just playing this. The Cyclops trigger isn't worthwhile here, unfortunately. Read. Grid. Shane Galacta here, maybe, probably.
I am Iron Man.
Well, so on one hand, I've lost the left. On the other hand, maybe we're good to win the game? Question mark.
Power must be controlled.
Enchantress. No, I already played Scorpion there, unfortunately, so I can't Enchantress them. I think I just count on this being enough, yeah? It's our best possible here with priority. I've actually really enjoyed this deck. I think if they put a couple more points of power into this deck's kit, it would be very reasonable. I'm gonna lose my coin flip here. Oh me, oh my, we're not. God bless us, everyone. The quad Scorpion gamers.
Victory.
Lovely quad Scorpions. You'll shrink-a-dink if you would. I'm new to the game. How does your Cyclops have abilities? So the card High Evolutionary that I'm playing unlocks extra text on all of your cards that are textless by default. It's actually, if you're a newer player and you're looking for early cards to pick up that are series 4-5, I think High Evo is one that's very reasonable because it basically unlocks an entire deck or two just on its own.
Behold my creations.
Sherry's Lab's a little scary because there's been a lot of Kitty Pride decks around, but I guess we'll snap. It's Conquest. Yeah, Sedge. Garg, thank you for the almost 2.5 years. Welcome back. I think we just get Surgeon here. We'll just shag Kitty and it'll all be fine, right? Yes. Famously, Kitty players tend to have priority. I'm feeling a little woozy. Yeah, I think we probably just died to them playing Kitty 6 times. I agree. I take a mulligan.
Escape.
Behold my creations.
Oh, snap.
Ooh. They're a wasp deck. They're probably pretty good at filling the raft too.
Victory.
Really? Okay. Just have an exceptionally clunky hand, huh?
Behold my creations.
A deck without Ajax or Hulk feels weird. I mean, we're definitely not an Ajax deck. What are they doing? Oh, are they the Moon Girl deck from forever ago that we played for a while? I think they might be a Moon Girl deck. Definitely played Black Swan and stuff. Fastos replacement. You could probably cut Fastos for your favorite playable card. Non-zero chance it makes the deck better.
Behold my creations.
Pick a 3 energy proactive thing. Lucas Cage or Mobius, and Mobius probably top of the list. Hey, King Chimp, thank you for the 20 months of Prime support. Appreciate that. Welcome back. There's 2 4s in my deck. Yeah, I think I'm into this. It's close, though. I think I hold this for now, right? So she's not going to trigger, and I don't think I want to fill Asgard here. I think I don't mind drawing Vibranium here, yeah? Do I max play into here? And then if they put one thing into here, this will give penalties to 2, and then next turn this will cost 2, this will cost 1, and then I'll have a 1 to cost Vibranium 2 to let everything trigger. Yeah, maybe I split the difference over here and I put just Scorpion in the center so I can play 2 cards here. Oh, they full passed. Yeah, that makes sense. They're the She-Hulk Moon Girl deck. Like we talked about. Do I keep them honest in the sewer system? I think I just play into the Vibranium Mines and hope for the best, yeah. And I leave the one on him. I guess I could play to beat She-Hulk everywhere. I don't think they're an Infinite deck. I think they're the Moon Girl deck we played forever ago. A little bit of a flipsky poo here. I think I just play as hard as I can for the left. Yeah, I think they're a Hit Monkey deck. Would be my expectation. All right, so I flipped my coin wrong, and I assume that means we're just dead. If they played to not beat, if they didn't play to beat Cyclops on the right, it's a huge throw. Wow. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, they lost to the freaking Misty flip. We lost the Misty flip. If Misty Knight hit any of these cards, they lost the game. We lost a Misty flip and we lost the game. Oh, what card game am I playing? Oh, it's not good for my brain. I lost the Misty flip. Oh no. Oh no. So I lost two 50-50s this game. I lost which of the 2 locations do they play to? If I would have played these 2 where they played these 2, we win. And then we also win if Misty Knight hits anything over here instead of one of these other cards. She hit Scorpion. Man, this was so loose. They definitely should have put Hitmonkey instead of She-Hulk. I like this deck a lot, if I'm being honest. I feel like when, and I'm gonna say when, because I feel like High Evo has to be on their radar for things that are being underserved at this current window. Like so many of those games, we were literally 1 point short. And we were really competitive in a number of others. And obviously, big, bad, busted tech cards were part of it. But the rest of the numbers for everything else was just so close. Like we gotta that's a game where why isn't Cyclops a 3/5? How is this how on God's green earth did Luna Snow become a 3/6 before this card became a 3/5? Just truly baffling. I think there's a few different spots they can put extra points into this text kit. Fastos, honestly, I'm not sure if Fastos is probably cope. He's coping basically every deck. You swap the Fastos out for Luke Cage or Mobius, and the deck probably gets better. And it adds another tech card. That's pretty reasonable. I will say the novelty of having Fastos with Zabu and Surge and having things that like randomly cost 2 when they typically cost 4 is nice. But the core of what's going on here, I liked a lot. I like the numbers package from the high Evo backed up by tech cards. Felt really clean. The games were fun. They were all pretty close and interactive. Surge continues to be one of my favorite cards that's released in some time. This deck does a pretty good job of leveraging Surge. I think Shang-Chi is basically the only card we don't really want to play out on curve, and getting a discount on him is pretty powerful when your opponent might not necessarily be expecting it, so. Surge stuffed Shocker in the locker room. Yes, yeah, Shocker sitting on the sidelines like, put me in, coach. Poor Shocker. It's not good enough. All right, I'm gonna run some ads. I have finished my iced tea, which means I need to run to the restroom. BRB gamers. They're both electricity based, that's true. I'm enjoying Surge even more than Sam Wilson this year. So I think the types of decks that Surge goes into are super sweet and fun. Decks that encourage you to play to the board are some of the best Marvel Snap has to offer in terms of play patterns. All right, gamers, for the last hour of the stream today, we were going to check out some Confronto, which is an asynchronous drafting auto battler game. It's an early access on Steam. Shout out to them for sponsoring today. And this last week, I suppose, we played a little bit of Confronto on stream at the end of last week. Or apparently we're not. Well, Confronto's been very early accessy. Catastrophic failure. Maybe we're done for the day. All right, or maybe we're done for the day. Well, that's annoying. Abandon all ship, gamers. I'll be back tomorrow morning. We'll be playing some more Pocket to start, and then we'll be playing Snap after is my plan. We've got a new card release. Everybody enjoy your Monday wherever you're at in the world, and we'll see you soon. Yeah, I will play Moon Girl first thing to start tomorrow. Comics is my plan.